Still at some sort some stuff and get some coffee. Welcome around to the Advanced RISC Machines future after RISCv64. Let's continue with ARM, because we have the same board for ARM, or similar board for ARM. Actually we should consider it just yesterday. Maybe we should actually also double down on Apple Asahi Silicon. Maybe the voting with the wallet and we do not support this better, and that's the super most amazing thing. With such powerful and popular silicon. Do you think this will go quicker? Yes, I hope this will go quicker because I have a more full-featured ISO. Also, it sounds like maybe on both SD card. After my video, I messaged them like, yeah, okay, I got it booted and stuff. And they were like, oh really? Did you install an NVMe? And it's like, yes, why are you asking? It's like, you want to tell me you knew? Thank you for letting me waste hours of you knew that SD card booting does not work. Getting T2 on it. So we will just use their image. Also, this has open source supported GPU. I think it's Mali that could potentially maybe just work with, I would hope, with Mesa. So yeah, the idea is we shortcut this even more. I mean, the last time it all was only because the boot stuff was so cursed. And this one I already knew from Jeff Gerling's video that they now use lightweight EFI and a little bit grub. By the way, so we will just use their ARM image. This time I will not even write it to SD card. Like basically 2 or 3 hours we only wasted because nobody gave us a bloody manual, like, or any fucking explicit instructions, right? Like, here's some board and nothing. To like, you have some install image? Yeah, you have some random stuff without notes. It's like, I should maybe not even say that. No, I think the slot is fine. It's just a little bit fragile. I knew the slots already. I mean, maybe they didn't wire something up correctly, or some timing is off. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, this one we will just. And so also I could not imagine. Like we probably wasted 1 hour. Like first, we in total we easily wasted 4 or 5 hours, obviously, on not reading the non-existing manual. Which is still faster than writing all the stuff from scratch, right? If you get all the board and data sheet, you would write 1 year of drivers. Anyway, this should also be higher performance. I just wanted to do them both now. Obviously, I mean, I have it now. I could also do it next week, but the sooner I do it, the faster I have here more energy efficient ARM silicon. For testing and building. Maybe I switch then, like maybe we can even decrease our power bill by not building on. I skimmed through the video. If you could out the non-working parts, it didn't take that long. Yeah, totally. Other people would have spent weeks and months, right? It's I only look like a fool because like everything we tried didn't work. Plus, I knew you would. It's a pain. I hate you would. By the way, isn't it funny? The only thing. Using grub, like lightweight EFI shim and grub is normally if U-boot would not be such a pain, you would not need grub, right? Basically, by loading grub through an EFI, what is it even? Yeah, the U-boot EFI runtime. So it's not a full EFI BIOS, it's just the EFI runtime payload stage in U-boot. So the only thing grub does is having a usable interface. So basically the whole grub loader stage, the EFI shim grub loader stage, could be avoided if U-boot would not suck so tremendously. It's, yeah, realistically, so I somehow, like, if we make a video, next I need to source me, like, I would say a YouTube video about this. So this is the same as Jeff Gerling has. This is where do I have the top cover somewhere? Here I have, here's it. So this is just a plastic top cover thing from Framework meets Cooler Master, right? So that is you can for like, I don't know, 50 or 20 or whatever dollar euro. This is basically a Framework compatible plastic case thing. They shipped this together to me. I would argue for YouTube, like for a proper 10-minute edited YouTube video, I should source a Framework laptop, because like this, it's pretty meh. It's a Raspberry Pi with a plastic case, right? Anyway, speaking of Raspberry Pi, so let's actually need to sort, because where are we? Are we live here in all the interwebs? For the pop, by the way, I noticed there is probably quite some potential for T2 if we primarily focus on RISC machines, advanced RISC machine support, because that is a little bit neglected by the other Linux distributions, I would argue. And maybe this also means we should have more first-class Apple Silicon stuff, as much as I hate it. I mean, theoretically, I have it on my to-do. Just here. Yeah, I stored the thermal pad on my... Not the most ideal thing. I just stored it on my display. It's, of course, not ideal. Now it's a little bit dusty. It's, of course, not how you're doing it. Okay, that still works. Amazing. So let's today use a Raspberry Pi. Let's hope. I'm running a little bit out of M.2 SSD things. What are they even? Let's try to use. How large is this? How much space is there? How much? Oh, there is not much space. Okay, let's see if this case closes with this Apple thing I had yesterday. Or not. Actually, it's not Apple thing. It's I think that is the one that came for free with my Mac Pro. I hope. Wait, does this fit in here? This should fit in here, right? Because the problem is that it has a heatsink, or while I could disassemble it, it doesn't fit like. Wait, does it? It should fit. Yeah, maybe the plastic case doesn't close like this, but YOLO for today. Let's take the Raspberry Pi. I think I stored it here. Do I even have the to write the SD card, because this does not fit into my USB. More Apple would be much appreciated. I'm on Fedora fan, but running Asahi on M2 Air makes it really good everyday non-work. I'm not a Fedora fan, but running Asahi on the okay. Yeah, ironically, I have a M1 Max. I'm just not using it with Linux the most. Another missed opportunity, but it is what it is. So where is my? Let's get the Raspberry Pi power supply. Because I'm not sure if it boots properly. What do we need? Because not that it needs slightly, because it's a special snowflake, more amp on other voltage. Can't do all the things. Yeah. Basically, patches welcome. The thing is also, like, if Asahi Linux would be like just a proper image, but it's also this like the problem is that this is this very web integrated or web integrated install procedure. I see myself, I could easily spend 1 hour of this very cursed Apple proprietary unlocking security and you know, making this boot stuff just boot. Okay, anyway. So I need to swap here the capture again. I mean, ironically, Windows allegedly starts to install, which is interesting. I wonder how much generic EFI you could do for generic EFI to just boot that. So what do we need? We need Ethernet. So we will speed run this. We will reuse their Ubuntu image or whatever that was. And Windows with is just Windows in a VM as Windows with is just Windows. What do you mean? Understandable. I'm trying to pick up hardware support. You mean you tried to reverse this? They use Linux to boot the Windows? What? Windows with Windows is just Windows in a VM? I don't understand, really. You were saying when you enable Windows subsystem for Linux, you move Windows in a VM? I mean, okay, I mean, technically, I think as soon as you enable Hyper-V, then Windows runs kinda in a VM, right? Sorry, but unfortunately, Apple doesn't support booting off an external drive. I assume it's still true. So I think that's kinda true, but so as far as I know, the thing is I do so much and I'm not interested in this Apple stuff anymore. I was interested when Apple was standard conformant open firmware, IEEE 1275, but like this modern stuff is meh. What was the question? So with external, I thought you could boot external, just it needs to start internal. Also, I think with Linux you could support, like basically you would only need the mini EFI stub grub locally installed on local storage, and you could have your main storage on an external drive. This would just work. So you would only have 512 megabyte, like however small you can get this of internal bootloader storage thing. Power. Also, I forgot the high power cables at home. My wife was like, do you need to have this ugly USB cables on the kitchen table? I said, yes, I urgently need to take them to the office, and I left without them. But to be fair, I left without them with my child because we did other things in the morning. So then, because I have said my high quality power supply and my high power cables. Because yesterday part of the problem was also probably that the USB ports don't come up if it doesn't have enough power. Right, this is this one here. Forgot that I need to boot off of that here. Yeah, we could probably just power like this. What we should also do sooner than later is polish all the stuff away. Ironically, just some months ago, I had polished T2 boot of not having random shit messages, and now, like some month of random updates, we have random shit messages again. So it's, yeah. All right, I think I had this preload. Okay, I need to waste some energy, turn on the Ryzen. This is probably, I did not install this properly. Here is that. Wait, no, that's not that one. Good, let's get stuff done. Let's get started. Coffee. Didn't get coffee yet today. Wonder how I'm awake without coffee. So 222. Does it start today? Maybe not. Yeah, this year we could also we should optimize the heck out of this. Ubuntu wasn't that clean with errors, though not that much. Yeah, but we want to be better than Ubuntu. Also, I don't know how much the Chinese YOLO there, so I don't know if that's a clean Ubuntu or if it's just their Frankenstein Ubuntu. But we need to be better than Ubuntu. Otherwise people are like, why should I switch from Ubuntu? Nothing is better. Yes, everything is better. Yes. So this year we could also improve. We only do this so that all major languages work for most people in the world in the KDE chooser. I wrote in our Discord, and maybe I should actually open a proper GitHub issue if I would find my browser. Maybe I should. What we should do is first of all, other distributions pre-generate them all in glibc package. We cannot easily do this due to cross-build, although we could probably hack that. But that makes the glibc package also much larger, bundling all the locales. Either we make this work in cross-build, like maybe this locale def is binary compatible anyway. I did not try. Or alternatively, which would be the slightly nicer thing anyway, we could do some policy kit callout of if you change the language in the KDE stuff. We could have the KDE thing do policy kit running as a root locale dev, right? For the language, then all languages would work. I think it's KDE control module or whatnot. Theoretically, eventually. I should do more on GitHub and not Discord for more people to know. I had this image here somewhere. Serve other OS ARM here? No. Oh, I think I can delete. Okay, we can also leave that here. Okay, it's probably this one here from the other day, right? This here. Okay, we need that. Yeah, ARM64 customs. That should hopefully work. I didn't plug in. So many cables. How about wireless KVM? Oh, where is this cable? Plugged in somewhere? Oh, here. Increasingly amazing infrastructure. So first of all, let's hope this works. So that's NVMe. That's this one, right? That. Oh, it's not. Maybe I deleted that already for test install. Interesting. Western, this is this one, right? Western Digital SN. See, how large is it even? 1 terabyte even. Maybe it's just a test install. Not even T2 checked out. Maybe I installed it. Yeah, I probably had it somewhere. It doesn't matter. We can wipe this. Okay, maybe one last. Oh wait, this was wrong. Oh, this was checked out. Maybe I did run this on the BC250 or wherever. I probably did run it. Did KDE people fix merging, word desktop switching? But you know that they implemented word desktop switching well and finally. No? Why do you write like this when you should know? What's better, glibc or Muscle? glibc has more features. Muscle is leaner and cleaner. But if you want... So glibc can have higher performance and more features. That depends what you want. Important question. Why set password on root on... Why set password on root on live CD image? There is not chat on the stream, you have to use the client. Why to set a root password so that if not everyone can just log in, especially if you just install it. I think we should optimize for hassle-free testing, and thank you for the 20th stream streak. Yeah, I think having no root password is promoting way too insecure. So we can talk about, however, like why, because we are secure Unix nerds. Like even if it's a publicly known password, it's still better for people not to randomly log in. Especially when people install it like this and don't change it. But didn't still need the password to get the graphic shell? Didn't the installer need the password to get the graphic shell to work? Yes, we could make this potentially better. Do they support? We could clear the user password and check if it. Yeah, I mean, yes, we need to improve this. It's just like the best we could clobber together in December. Patch welcome. Why do you guys always ask why this and that and not send a patch? Then, right, we need. Do we have space somewhere? Is this even, what is this mounted now? Do we have enough? No, we can load this in memory, right? This has 16 gigs of memory, so. Yeah, just send. Don't always ask me what more I can do for you. Just send patches. This is storing this in tempf as a memory. It's fine. 16 gig pi. Yeah, because realistically, is this board even kind of worth it, right? And realistically, this kind of boards, this one here. Because even just Jeff Gelling was like, nah, price and performance and stuff. Realistically, at this price, I mean, it has more memory than Mac Neo, and it's lacking the whole. I mean, yeah, the price is a little bit too high, but modern prices are a little bit high, right? This kind of things are basically, especially with X1 and X2 Elite laptops existing, it's a bit of a DIY tinkerer, total freedom, flexibility, loving situation. Even yeah, the companies need to come down with the price. Like because realistically, this board does not make the most sense, right? Between a Mac Neo and although I mean, okay, to X1 Elite is faster and stuff, X2 Elite, but it's a tough call. So it's basically only if you wanted to vote with your wallet and have neither Apple or Qualcomm, but the price definitely needs to come closer to Raspberry Pi you all. Which actually this is, it would make sense for the Raspberry Pi Foundation to make a framework compatible framework Pi module, right? I mean, if they had memory resources and stuff. So yeah, live on this welcome to the brave new world where you use a... Actually, I should check what the... You use a Raspberry Pi to image your... Because shutting down the Ryzen server is... Yeah, that's totally true, that Raspberry Pi... That is also why I voted with my wallet and don't use AI and LLM, wannabe AI LLMs. Yeah, in a way that is, yeah, it is a board for... Sometimes you need to vote with your wallet, like I do for decades, right? Not a single NVIDIA GPU, proudly not a single NVIDIA GPU purchased. Let's just check. That it's not that it's formatted also with... Oh no, it is not. Look at this, that's not yet reformatted. Yay. Yeah, pro tip, instead of pressing Ctrl+C right here any other command. So input, output, Raspberry Pi, probably. What we probably should port soon is the T2 hostname auto rename thing here. So the live CD comes up as Raspberry Pi 4 or 5. You guys ask, wait, what? You want to tell me that we copied this in seconds? Yes, that sounds about right. You guys could check myself, right? You wouldn't need to take my marketing lies for it. You could just go to GitHub and take a look at the history, and GitHub would immediately say no. First of all, GitHub would say sponsor this project, and then it would say 35 recent contributors, so 35 more than me, but in the whole, because that's only modern history of the last years, in total over 1,000 people from the currently unversioned Rock Linux times. Wonderful, I leaked a IP. That's not my IP, that's a Raspberry Pi throwaway IP. Where did I leak my IP? Did I run if config? Which IP? 192.168.222? That's a locally rooted IP. What? Yeah, you can, you know what? Go do distributed denial of service DDoS me at 192.168.222. You will, yes, you will totally DOS me now. Then, ironically, we could potentially maybe pre-test this with KVM here. Don't tell the script kiddies about locally rooted IPs, but you're welcome. So that's probably that now. Unknown fat stuff. It's probably fine. So let's plug that in there and see what happens. Power off. Continue DOSing my Raspberry Pi at 19. Actually, that's not my Pi, it's that up here. Anyway, so that goes here. That goes there. That Ethernet we need to reuse. We need to recycle my local IP address for the ARM thing, so that you continue to DOS me. M.2 head, a wise investment. Did not see that use coming. Yeah, it's a risk future. No more shabby x86 things. Why is the SD card not in here? Do I have the SD card in this board? Oh, I have it in here. Pro tip, do not store boards away with your precious non-working SD cards in them. Only at Exacode do we store boards on the Epstein scanners. 200 images a minute, 100 pages, duplex. Don't delay scan with exact scan today. So, also the scanners make amazing embedded board storage. Go to sports, see you later. So, need to swap capture dongle cable to maybe I should have this on the table, so I don't need to fiddle with cables below the disk. So what more? We need a HDMI output. Like here, we need a no cable heavy, no cable falling off the table. We need a high power PSU. Check. We need these cables on the floor because we don't need them anymore. We need roll over those. We need debug UART potentially, maybe. Debug UART, that would be that cable that goes to the debug UART. Where's debug is here. And then we need power. Yeah, sadly this board will be much more practically usable because this ARM should have way higher performance than the RISC-V. That negotiated what? 56 watt it negotiated. Hello? Why does it not turn on? Ah, the future. I mean, maybe it is on and the fan ain't spinning because this board is a little bit more sophisticated than the RISC-V board. I mean, the other day I powered it on differently. Why does it not power on now? Did the fan turn on the other day? Okay, so much to this board will go smoother. I saw the EFI BIOS yesterday. where do we have here? I'm not liking this SMD. Yesterday I had another power supply on here. Yesterday I mean, I could plug it in directly. Let's plug the power supply in directly. Those SMD buttons here, switches. What a fun. I mean, you know what is the difference to yesterday? Yesterday I didn't have an NVMe card in there. Let's take the NVMe card out. That's going as good as it usually goes. Boah, this button, man. I mean, maybe the fan doesn't come on. Oh, here, the fan doesn't come on. Here it is. Yeah, so this is so ridiculous. I don't know. I would have never designed it. It's... I can't barely lift it. It's just blinking. Where's even the camera? It's just blinking. Do you see the red LED? There and there. Both boards, like, who thought it's a good idea? Oh, maybe this other hub. I mean, okay, so this fan doesn't come on. Amazing. Maybe it has this other is a fancy USB-C dock, like a really fancy one. Maybe it used output from that one because that also has HDMI output. Maybe that's the issue. Let's grab yet another. I need something with Ethernet. Yeah, you can never have too many USB hub switch dock things. Let's use, does this have power delivery? What is that there? USB-C in or out? Don't remember. Oh, that also has HDMI out. Shit. Even my PineView has. Okay, let's first test if it turns on with this NVMe drive. Who knows what strange thing is going on. Yeah, so much too. This goes easier. Immediately does not go easier. Which power did I just plug in? Okay, I plugged in the high power. The high power Thunderbolt cable. That's first. I mean, the other one I could actually hot plug. Actually, what I could do is I could turn it on. So potentially I would expect this to potentially boot. Okay, now we have the issue that yeah, but what a design, right? If it's whether it's in standby or not. I know of the issue that this image here is potentially the old image because this riscv thing always retains the old image. As you see, maybe it was the old image. Wait, you want to tell me it does not turn on with an NVMe drive inside? Is this what you want to tell me? You cannot make this up. Oh, maybe it tries to boot from that and that's not going well. Oh, all this. So you want to tell me that like this board really doesn't. How about we hot plug the NVMe drive? Maybe you want to try the SD card. No, the comment this morning sounded, I mean, yeah, I could. Wait, does it even have one? This might not have an SD card slot. At least I don't see one on a first glance. At least not. Okay, here is that. Okay, does keyboard work here? Do I? Oh, I didn't plug this in. Okay, let's plug in. Hey, does it network boot? Yeah, this is the problem with this experience that. What's that? That is a standard open source EFI BIOS thing. Okay, maybe it doesn't dynamically enumerate USB bus. I mean, if we are unlucky, this only works with, yeah, so the problem is we don't see if it boots, because this capture thing displays the last frame on power off, so I power cycled. It's of course not helpful. As unhelpful as it is, press. Okay, there it is. That looks funny. Why did it disappear? What's going on here? I mean, both are kind of early production samples. Yeah, it just disappeared somehow out of nowhere. Maybe I should use an even dumber hub, because this hub here also has. That is the thing. This overseas companies, these new startups. Do you ever how to flash, or do you even how to flash? What do you mean? Do you need Linux help? Okay, this is not posting the nicest. The only thing I changed is plug in the hub with the keyboard. Hear me out. The more I work with these cheap boards, the more I want to use Apple Silicon. So I power cycled this again. Means that's somehow really not really sure what's going on here. Between, I mean, yeah, pro tip, don't design boards that they always constantly blink with two LEDs, because like, why does it, I mean, when it's idle, there should be no LED. I mean, I don't, or a very dim one. Like, hear me out, like maybe an RGB LED or whatnot, and very, because I don't even know if it's on or off. Like, at least the RISC-V board turns the fan on. This board, you turn it on and it does nothing visibly different. Like, it could also be that this SMD button here is meh, because I press it with my fingernail. What else should I do with? With my skin I can't press it, need to use my fingernail. Okay, this board goes so much better than the first. Amazing. So much too quickly. We quickly boot this image and take it over with T2 Linux 1 hour later. Actually, did we ever had, we never had something on the debug UART, huh? Why did they leave it in? I'm on the debug, I'm on the UART setting. That goes tremendously well. So sometimes it doesn't post. Amazing. Or like sometimes, often it doesn't post. Maybe I should. Which one? So why did this reappear? This is just the debug port thing. I don't get an Orange Pi, instead I have a Raspberry Pi. I have a Threadripper. Oh wait, what? Did I plug it out? Not sure what I did there. Ah shit, I pressed the switch shitty. I mean, that's the thing. Did I press the switch enough? Does it? I mean, it's also possible that it posts and doesn't have video on this capture dongle. It's also fully possible that I don't press this SMD switch in a way to... Gee, is this disappointing. Turning it on difficult. So it's not the USB port and it's not the NVMe drive, because right now I have neither in there. That's going well. I mean, yesterday we could try the Raspberry Pi, but power supply. I used this yesterday to turn it on, didn't have this issue. I mean, I thought I used a high power one. Maybe this likes the Raspberry Pi power supply more. You never know what issues it has there. Actually, I hear when it turns on. Because idle it has coil wine. Hey, determining the on state of this with coil wine. Okay, but USB does... Oh, that I don't have... Okay, like does... Okay, switched it off probably, but... Okay. Turning it off and on again. Maybe. Maybe it doesn't like the Apple power supply for some reason. Oh. The problem is it takes a while to post that it switched. I switched it off again. Okay, let's... No, it doesn't have coil wire. No, I don't know if it's off or... Yeah, but that's the thing. It has two red blinking LEDs. Like, no, I don't know if it's... Is it on or... No, is it on or off? Okay, let's plug in the NVMe. Ah, now the fan also spins. That's probably a good indicator. Maybe it's not happy with this Apple power supply. Because it didn't do anything yet. But I have the NVMe in again, so... Okay, coil wine. So I turned it on, coil wine went away. Oh, here, there is something. So now it's on with, okay, so maybe it doesn't like the Apple. Hey, try to, okay, no, that works, no. Good, apparently, so first of all, shout out to these companies to provide me these early samples. Also, is it also 30? Also 30 seconds, but it does. Okay, USB also doesn't work here, apparently, yay. At least this is nano cable. So of course, this is early samples provided for open source, enthusiastic open source developers. So the final production quality compatibility might be way better. Also, don't try Ubuntu. Don't delay. Obviously, use T2 Linux today. Just we want to get started first. And also, yeah, recurring pro tip: the universal USB stuff sometimes not working. What we probably also need to do is, let me just maybe get another USB hub. We also need to do better styling here. Look, they also have an install there, by the way. It's a few times I see Ubuntu. Now I shuffled so many things around here that where's my regular? My whole floor is full with stuff now. My whole floor and desk. Where's my cheap everyday high performance USB hub? Okay, we can plug in. Can try plugging in this one. Because we need Ethernet. The only thing is, where do I have which cable? Ironically, all those boards have more USB ports than the Steam Deck. Let's see if that gave us, or even to click here on this stuff. Oh wait, USB does in general not work. Where do I have that in right now? I lost overview of my... I guess we need to turn it off and see. Maybe it also doesn't have enough power because we had the same. This is actually a higher performance board. Would it shut down here on power? Or what happened now? How did I manage that? How did this happen? Oh wait, I know it even worked. Ach du, did the RISC-V capture dongle crash? But anyway, that's please remove the installer media. And what? Where installer media? What? Ubuntu shit. Let's try on this high performance power supply with fancy hub again. Just because it's a more stable thing, the more fancy stable thing here. Now that we have some experience of what to expect. And then going forward, we should do what I said the other day, make here portable, like even if we have other people not using T2 Linux. Somehow where it is. Here it is. I kinda should also not use this. It's probably a very expensive cable here. I think that's a... The problem is here with this cable. You see here nothing. I think this is a Thunderbolt quality cable. Host 100 watt power delivery. So let's okay, this time it turns on for some magic reason. Let's see what works this time. But USB does not work and USB is plugged in. We had the same on the RISC-V board. Hell is freezing over because I guess they train memory, but that's usually like this LP DDR5 or whatever that is. Usually like either that they train or they either they don't train much or whatever. Because Ubuntu Air was there yesterday. How's it going? We are joining. Did you got the RISC-V version working? Yes, we did yesterday. Device to use what KVM over IP? That is the SiSpeed Nano KVM with RISC-V core. Okay, here USB works. Yeah, so similar to the other board, USB does not work in grub. Maybe it works with a framework laptop keyboard plugged in. Probably, but this works. Okay, so all right, console terminal things. Let's delete this Ubuntu thing. Actually, does it? Wait, this needs. What we need is we need to work like next, but that's also the thing. Like now, T2 is so amazing. We just need to make sure to support all our new users who have questions on GitHub and stuff, so that we stay having new users. But now we need to do the next actually fun things like artwork and marketing and things, because we need here like some proper branded wallpaper things so that everyone, like people using T2 on YouTube and Twitch, instantly sees this. That, by the way, they run that, unless they change it, of course. That is slightly funny partitioning thing here, by the way. That is not even... Wait, why is this DOS label? That is funny. Okay, let's not ask questions. Let's just get T2 Linux on there. So that's a humongous drive, and maybe this board. Okay, let's hope this board is slightly nicely performing. Let's use this here. Let's shoot ourselves into the foot again with better FS. Oh, I hate X4. Or should we regen the init.rd instantly? F2FS, yeah, patch welcome. Let's not waste an hour with better FS shenanigans again. Let's... I have an idea. Let's make a base OS where we don't care. And let's make the rest Linux LVM things. That is an HDMI capture. That's a nano KVM. Actually, a good question. We should do this over SSH, but also, yeah. Actually, let's just Do we have internet? Because we have a script keys. Doesn't have ping. Still on, right? Maybe I should check what I have there. Okay, we have 2. Is this complete? I think that's probably complete, right? Apparently, I guess. So that's 4, 26, 4. Yes, please. Let's quickly arson this, and then we PV create the T2 things. It's not a virtual machine like you all. You comments often so wrong. People think they call me Linux. They call me Grandpa. Grandpa, do you need help with Linux? It's like, dude, do you even know? Do you even know who you're talking with? Do you even know who you're talking to? We need to add some helper scripts to take over. Like, so next we need to make some T2. Yeah, we need to make takeover like automatically more amazing, of like automating all this stuff even more. Actually, we need also make takeover work with our new squash of images. Speaking of which, but the problem is I didn't even adopt this yet because downloading, yeah, we don't have a good strategy for those. We probably should split what we probably anyway should, like, we have so many to-dos, you all. We should probably split the install images into base and UI, base and extra or whatever, base and desktop, so that we can for takeover download a significantly smaller base squash of it. Come on, you can arson it faster, faster, faster. We should actually, but probably just as we speak we are done, right? Just as we speak we are done. Wonderful. What did you get here? 12 things, 2 gigahertz. Is this auto? Should we, let's pre-test this, or okay, let's not pre-test this. Let's just go straight to copy, and that is what I mean. We need to automate 6 old shit. Yes, yeah. Vendors doing. We need Sony T2 board support program stuff. Does it have custom firmware? There is some stuff. Do we set standard compressive firmware, by the way? Actually, this doesn't make sense if you have a file system like that's actually, I think I voted against that. Actually, I tested this and this was not good. It only makes sense to do that in the init.rd, and even then it's, yeah, anyway. I guess it doesn't hurt the most. We could rsync. We could rsync this over there. Just in case, and we... Just in case something for ARM. Yeah, the thing is, if you compress this... So first of all, I prefer BetterFS, and this is built-in compression, so you save nothing, only inconvenience. And the other thing is it makes the ISO and installer package bigger, because if you compress the whole and compresses more, then you remove the redundancy and you get different files with different dictionaries that are different, that are not redundant. So logically it makes no sense, and I tested this, and of course it was larger. The only thing where it makes a little sense, and even that we should change, is in the initRD. But even then it makes the initRD larger. The only thing it saves initRD in memory, so I'm not even sure if we are doing that still. Which we could solve if we would. What would be amazing, what we should have, especially for PS3 and other 486 low memory systems, is actually compressed tempfs. That's what actually we would need, which probably we partially could get if we enable SetRAMFS early, but that is other. Yeah. Anyway, so I didn't copy the modules, right? No, we don't. Okay, fine. Did they provide me with... actually, they did not. I mean, maybe this tree is somewhere. They did not give me GitHub for that. I didn't ask for that yet. I mean, that is also the other thing, right? But this is some Chinese sock that... Did we even... Okay, technically we could reuse their initRD for the moment, right? So that probably... I mean, we could already... You know what? We are here. Let's just, for the sake of completeness, rebuild our initRD with it. What? Oh, didn't press it enough. Typing with some delay here. Is there a way to figure out which firmware files are currently loaded? I don't know, maybe not. The kernel drivers access them temporarily and load them, so they are copied to the... So the firmware files are not loaded in system memory, they're only temporarily loaded in system memory, because they are usually written to the hardware, right? Like into the GPU address space and other audio DSP address or network controller, right? So they are not loaded in your system memory, they are copied into the hardware memory mapped IO storage regions. I think there is a kernel option persistent memory thing and cache things. Like if you build the kernel with, if that is still a config option of persistently cache whatnot stuff for suspend resume or whatnot, maybe that would have a statistic. I mean, you probably, I mean, that's a good question. Maybe we should actually patch the firmware loader to log into syslog which firmware were successfully loaded. Then you would have a list in your syslog at least. That might be, I mean, mostly you don't need this. It's just like if you take over other systems or have new hardware. But just, okay, so what do they load here? Um, how does it work here? That's funny. How do they... Why do they have their grub config? This is somehow pre-built into... Is this built into the grub image? Shit. Ah, etc. Wait. But I don't know. This is a... Maybe it's not meant to be. Maybe it's some special... I think it's because it's an installer image, maybe. I didn't think that through actually. That's... Maybe they bundled this in the grub AFI thing. Shit, would KExec work? Might be some special... And we don't have keyboards there in grub. That's not ideal. Okay, so we would need to maybe booting from a USB drive would put, but actually USB keyboard didn't work. Yeah, this is the thing with all... Didn't even... Performance, I don't know. Something broken, performance. Maybe performance, or something broken. Maybe this init.rd is also the wrong one then. Maybe this is a special live init.rd thing. Welcome, KC18. How are you doing? Let's use those here. Let's hope that works. Oh fuck, the NVMe SSD gets freaking hot. Like holy shit, what the company thinking? Probably thinking performance. command line. Oh wait, append string. Oh, equal. Every tool different things here. What else does it want? Init RD equals. Is this all equal things? Init RD equals file. Yeah, I mean, obviously if it has equals then probably that, but is it not kernel? Option, directly boot a new kernel. Does it want that without kernel? That didn't go well. That was strange. It shouldn't do that like that. Why did kexec? Let's hope it reboots. And also the SSD gets really hot with this heatsink. Probably should look into some other storage solution. So this kexec probably doesn't work like this, because usually kexec should preload that. It shouldn't instantly exec that. And also nothing happens then. And now it again has a state where it doesn't turn on nicely. We were probably lucky that it once turned on nicely. So much too with this board, it will be faster. Got to be changed boot orders in BIOS. If I would know, I don't need to change boot order in BIOS. Not even getting to BIOS. Yeah, I mean, getting this, like, if it sometimes doesn't boot nicely, like this is, of course. I mean, Coilwine, and then yeah, Coilwine changes fan spins up. Ah, you know what? I mean, I could try taking the display cable out, because this fancy hub, like maybe it tries to display on through this. Yeah, universal USB ports, they just can do everything. I mean, that's maybe a relative. So this is a probably full BIOS. Oops. Too many. That is the open source Intel EDK OVMF BIOS thing. Let's see what happens if we power this on with the display. And yeah, but it's of course super annoying. You turn it on, not all combinations, it even boots here. Okay, it's. Oh, look at that. But we don't have keyboards there. I don't know how we broke that. Cool. Let me plug in a real keyboard, not this KVM. Maybe this KVM maybe doesn't like something from this KVM device. Okay, so it has debug. I mean, that's at least progress. It posted from the first try. Oh, we have keyboard. So keyboard can work, just not the KVM keyboard. Holy shit. An ARM thing was working, EFI BIOS thing, the future. Edit. Like, can you, it's like, I know what I'm doing. Like, can you just let me please grub config? I'm not grub config. Like, you all with your half knowledge things. I just wonder, how did we break it? Because I'm not aware I modified grub, you all. What is that? This minimal? Like how? How did this break? But this is, that's not saying rescue. Oh, or is it? Is this a T2? Is this? Firmware pass HD0 MS-DOS 2. Maybe Ubuntu broke its own grub somehow? That's bizarre. I mean, I said it. I said I don't see a config file. I mean, we could re-image it. It's just annoying. I mean, we could try to boot it, but do we have a device file? We don't have a config. That's strange. Maybe this grub tries to do something automatically, but hey, at least now we have a more instantly booting thing with the HDMI port and that. Okay, you know what? Maybe it's, let's. Did I? Let's see, escape for boot. But no, keyboard doesn't work. Wonderful. Can it power off here? Oh, it can power off here. It's a future. I mean, yeah, you don't see power off because it always has two red blinking LEDs. Oh, the button is really annoying to press. That's not helpful. I mean, we could type everything ourselves here. Just a little bit annoying. I also don't see why this doesn't work anymore. Wait, we have 3, right? I also don't know if this will work with default settings or if it needs any of this cursed shit there. I mean, in a way, this makes booting immediately so much nicer over Raspberry Pi things and stuff. I mean, we wouldn't even need that. We could type this in T2 Linux. NVMe 0N1P. Is this what we had? Ah, shit. Is that here? Is this like here, right? You know what? Let's just. We need a device tree, right? What was device tree? This is what I wanted to take over Ubuntu. It's just each time you do something, strange things happen. Oh wait, it was partition 1. Where's the device tree? Oh wait, this was not this partition? Wait, what? It's ISO. Okay. Oh, you know what? How we broke this? We probably broke this because it's a hybrid ISO file system. That's maybe how we broke it. Where does it? Where did it say ISO? Okay, it says this for. It's not. But there's a grub conf at least. Why does this not have a device tree? This somehow boots EFI without a device tree. That is crazy interesting. That's absolutely freaking interesting. The thing is, I don't want to type all the stuff here. Maybe some of those things here are needed. Like PCIe ASPM of or meh. What did I load so far? That's not yet just working. Okay, we learned so much too. This will go so much quicker. Yeah, that's the advanced RISC machines experience, right? Each time you try to do something, like this SSD is getting way too bloody hot for my taste. This SN750. Yeah, so we didn't see this because it's from ISO 966 stuff. I wonder if it would boot from USB drive. Then let's do that. Let's write this image to a USB drive and see if it USB boots. Maybe it does. I don't even know. Oh, it's still running. Let's power this down because right now it's only burning electrons. But this would make this. I mean that would explain why it boots Windows. I was already wondering how fully EFI it is that it at least starts to boot Windows in Jeff Gerling's video. But that's also how it should be, right? Like, but nobody really did that. Like even Qualcomm ships with EFI, but so much fake EFI that it's enough fake EFI to boot Windows. And even that only if you have the drivers, which is like, hey, Windows EFI supported, but only if you bring all your drivers. 3D NAND get might need fifth trim. You know what, if people write, I don't even understand here anymore. I will just I want a better community. I don't want people who write random. I appreciate all the viewers and stuff. This is not the most offensive, but just stupid comments get just on my nerves. I'm sorry. I will just like time out people here for 30 minutes if they or whatever. I'm just tired of stupid comments here. It's a little bit, I mean, then the comments are deleted, which is a little bit funny. Wouldn't need this to be deleted. But yeah, Silicon Valley censorship, you put all you want to do is put it, like, there should be 2 settings, delete previous comments and timeout. I would, this might have been used for just that. I mean, it's unfortunately this is a slow USB drive, but so be it. It's a super old, like it's, yeah, it's just T2 Linux things of, I think I probably don't need that much, right? Ah, this is this detect. Do I still need this? No, we don't need. I have this booting. Can wipe now. I guess we can use the time then. But yeah, that's also the thing, right? It's not. It's a brand new prototype board, but even if it were not a brand new prototype board, each time you need to learn like what did the vendor do, how full featured is it. Why is there no status? Hello status. Are you okay? Okay, we should probably have used OFlex direct or whatnot. Actually, I was considering. This is USB 2, so maybe Linux kernel accepted gigabyte of writes and now it's hanging in kernel. Yeah, bloody hell. Maybe we should default patch OFlex to direct. I always hated this behavior. This is because the problem with that is it just that slow? I mean, it's a 10-15-year-old USB 2 drive, but the problem is this is the interfacing. Mostly, it's 10 megabyte is, I don't know, 5 megabyte a second. Okay, 10 megabyte. I mean, yeah, it's an old drive. Maybe I should not have used it. Where's my faster drive? How long does it write that at? Yeah, previously this was fast. Nowadays, what was the size of this image? 4,000. Maybe 9 megabyte a second. Nah. Everything's so bloated. 7.5 minutes maybe. The thing is, I would expect status stuff here, and it doesn't probably do that because the user space process is stalled on a system call, because the Linux kernel accepted probably gigabytes of writes, and then it started to flush it to the USB drive, and now the user space program hangs and doesn't out. Like, this is just not amazing Unix design. That is why ODirect would probably have helped. Which is why I had on my back mind of to-do list of maybe change the default in T2 Linux, although that probably would break POSIX Unix standard conformant things of things. Let's turn on data. let's do updates while stuff is flushing. I need to check where I even have my high performance modern USB drive thing. Maybe somewhere else. It was for months on my desk until you use it once somewhere else. And yeah, pro tip, don't image a Ubuntu hybrid installer image. Today we learned. What's Phoronixing? Yeah, at Phoronix as a distribution, get a nose for not getting released, like Gentoo. You mean T2 Linux? I don't know about Gentoo. I only know about. By the way, I only know about T2 Linux. ARM image smaller than, yeah. That is just some random engineering. This is just say image things. This is actually, wait, I had seen that. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, so the lib archive I had seen, I should have committed this yesterday. Yeah, what you don't instantly do, you commit. How is ARM compared to AMD? It's something entirely different, right? It's advanced RISC machines from its 40 years of advanced. Is it 40? Probably 40 years of advanced RISC machines. It's entirely different architecture. It's entirely different, much more advanced in RISC. Much smaller and stuff like Raspberry Pi, right? Okay, got some updates, but we can first. I wanted to actually basically, we should actually check all that have an empty checksum. By the way, what's flashing this? Oh, hey, we copied this at 9.2 megabyte. Yay. Let's hope it boots from that. I have no idea if it does. Let's better hope it does. I mean, you would think it should, because how do normal people install it, right? Normal people don't flush. I didn't think it's an ISO because the RISC-V one wasn't. Now I don't know if I press this bloody SMD power button enough. Maybe I did because of Maybe I didn't. This is one of the cases where it's not turning on, so this is just misleading. Oh, look at this. That works. And oops, this is, this was just thinking. I wonder if this would work if we straight. Yeah. Didn't. Was this our NVMe 0 namespace 1 partition 3, right? Would this execute? It could be that their installer thing is special. I mean, maybe it booted ours and their splash screen stuff is hiding it. This is why if you're wondering why we don't have splash screen stuff, that is why I like to see, like, I find the splash screen stuff mostly highly unprofessional. Like, it's exactly the stuff that I hate on Windows, of like, it's not working and you don't know why. Also, especially the Linux implementation. I had nothing against the splash screen if it would interact better with the rest. Maybe the splash screen shit was hiding this. What if we explicitly used? I mean, okay, we could try with simply this removed. We could also, like, if this, yeah, taking over another system. Splash screen is also cryptic BSD messages. Copying live media to RAM. Wait, it's copying, okay, this. I think did it thing and not our thing. Also, I think this thing is currently not happy thinking to my. I'm not sure why that's so broken right now. Okay, so their init ID is apparently a special live init ID. It's just not T2 engineering, it's just redneck engineering. Don't delay, don't switch to another. Don't use another Linux than T2 Linux today. So now that we have things here that work a little bit better, it It's already instantly much better experience. Let's use our init.rd and hope that fully works with graphic. I have no idea if it does. NVMe 0 N1 P3, right? And then HD 0 MS-DOS 3 boot init.rd 66, right? Any typo in NVMe? Oh, here, T2 things. You say I had a typo? No, I didn't. Didn't that time. What? Do we have KDE maybe, huh? Is KDE trying to start? Okay, somehow we have a video capture issue thing here. I mean, it could also be stuff crashing, but it also didn't work with Ubuntu. Do I have... It's trying to do something. Yeah, why I historically didn't boot to graphic. Maybe it's just some capture thing. I mean, funny that it worked the first time with Ubuntu. I mean, I could relog in here. Hope for the best. It did work before. I mean, I've USB. Had we enabled SSH, we could see SSH, no? I guess we unfortunately power cycle that. Let's boot with init 3. So systemd has backward compatibility for otherwise it would be target yada yada and disable stuff. That's way too complex for me. Also, as usual, right? T2 init.rd as a rescue. Like, everything is better in T2 Linux. Just join the bright side of, like, don't join the dark side of the four things. Just use T2 Linux. I don't understand why I would use anything else except corporate interests. We need a Ubuntu like startup thing of simply amazing Linux. So let's 3 for disabling systemd graphic target and root equals diff nvme 0 n1 p3. All right. Any issue here? Any proofreading? Funny that it worked the first time. But maybe, you know what, the first time I had another cable on there. Maybe... Also, hello? Why did we lose that here halfway? At which point? This is not fun like that. Yeah, why universal USB universally not working, right? Now we use universally broken stuff for everything. I need to find my other. Where is my other normal USB? Well, or did I sort this into my USB hub drawer? Oh, I did. Oh, even that. Oh, shit. Damn it. Even that here has do I not have a normal USB hub? Like, you think you have a normal USB hub and even that has USB 8K capable HDMI output. Where is my Ethernet one? Oops. What did I do now that thoughts about incoming age verification? I don't really care. That's a no issue for me. This also has HDMI. This is somehow really annoying. Where is my most normal USB hub? Actually, I'm the most normal USB hub I'm live streaming from. But yeah, you don't like, if you hate this so much, just use T2 Linux. We don't have age verification things. So which of my gazillion USB hubs do I use now? Even this here is a powered one. Let's try what happens with this USB hub on it. It's way more simple than the other one. Maybe this one here is MST. Like maybe this thing does not work with MS3 because this is a super fancy USB dock. But that's also like 2026, right? You use some USB things and everything doesn't work. Where's power? Here is power. You can never have too many USB hubs to test all kinds of random shit. Yeah, I mean, this needs OLED RGB. This has an OLED display. This is displaying on the OLED display what it's doing. Okay, let's see what happens this time. So we have most things in. Let's power it on. Was too slow. At least we have output. Yeah, you need basically 2026. You need 10 USB hubs for maybe one working mostly. And there's obviously a reason why I have so many, right? Years of testing prepared me for having that many USB things. So maybe that the rest didn't work. It's just a USB display, but I mean, it worked in the BIOS, right? But then disappeared with booting. So. Remember initially 2 hours, only 2 hours. 2 hours ago. This time it will be so much easier. 2 hours later. NVMe 0, N1, P3. It's probably. I forgot 3. Shit. It's of course annoying. I mean, you know what? Actually, you know what might happen? This here might be simple frame buffer, and that is loading the graphic driver actually. Maybe the first stuff is on simple FB, and this here is not simple FB anymore. This also disappears. Shit. But that should be their driver. Why did it work initially? That's super annoying. Yeah, dozens of graphic driver and they all are nah. Of course all the hubs behave differently. They all have fancy software and different hardware things. Of course all. I mean, what I could do is I could boot the Ubuntu and see if it currently fully boots. Hello? I thought I pressed Ctrl-Alt-Delete, but no, I'm not sure what's happening. I just want to see what happens because try. Is kernel replace one frame buffer with something else? A thing I guess simple is like, yeah. That should take over, and then yep, that's exactly how it works. So simple FB, like that's this platform things are then to be replaced. I just wonder, like on the first boot, something did work. I mean, maybe the Ubuntu people patched some strange in there. Okay, now it currently works. Why does it not? Okay, let's. The only problem is now I miss your USB port because this hub has less. So maybe it's not MST, multi-stream technology and stuff, like maybe it's just fancy frame buffer thing. Yeah, DMask should show that if it would not die and if I would see it, it's right. But all I wanted was the Linux, not this strange thing here. This is strange OS. This other OS. So this is Mali. Which one was Mali? But I copied their stuff anyway, so I'll look at this EFI. And then Linlond dear MFB? Aha. Linlond from GFB. Maybe that. I mean, I copied the firmware. Yeah, totally. Linlond DRMFB. I copied the modules. What would help us if we boot and have Ethernet? But is it not amazing? Dozens of different SoC things, and they all don't just work out of the box, right? Remember, like VGA compatible stuff, like in the 90s, where you plugged in and turned on stuff, and it was working. Okay, but then we don't run the post install stuff. Ah, okay, we could. Okay, let's run it manually. Because it's a brand new T2 that should still run post install stuff. Oh, I arsynced again the wrong thing. Wait, what did I even do? I arsynced this, right? Did I arsync this? I again made the same mistake and arsynced the non-post process thing. Should get used of not doing that. Just clean my nose. So where were we? That's a kernel feature and the set standard firmware. The Linux kernel autoloads that. That are Linux kernel config options. Actually, it were us. Remember, some years ago we implemented this. Actually, like, did anyone of Ubuntu thank us that? Did we not implement this? I thought we implemented this. Live on YouTube. Actually, now we suspended the Ryzen already. I mean, do we need the first install? Like, what do we need? Okay, let's save energy. Let's not wake the Ryzen. I don't wanna rsync this again. Yesterday we also didn't rsync this again. But I need to become smarter and sync the toolchain ISO and not. Actually, no, we don't have Ethernet on there because where is my Ethernet cable now? Let's plug in a second USB thing with Ethernet. Can never have too many USB hubs on this thing. Yeah, this GPU, without seeing what's happening, it's random guessing, and I don't like random guessing as time-wasted thing. Oh, cool, that flickered, huh? That maybe did some HDMI detection thing. Do we have auto Ethernet? Yeah. Just make sure we. So let's start using T2. Let's. Yeah. We will fix this differently today. All right. But each time we take some system over, extremely unexpected things are happening. Also, we need a really good high-tech sci-fi desktop background that symbolizes. We need a graphic and artwork and root password. Yes, thank you. We also need to enable SSHD and stuff. I just want to run. I checked this out because I wanted to run this one here. That's why I checked this out. I wanted to run this here first. It's funny that we archived this with executable. Of course it can run Crysis. So this Chinese SoC is that fast because it's ARM licensed from the UK, like British ARM cores. If you're wondering why is this so much faster, that is why. Let's disable. Oh, this is native mouse shit. Wonderful. Wait, what? Running in change root, actually. I wanted. Nah. What else? Root password. Actually did this first boot stuff. Alright, it sets the password. So okay, password. And so we have right, enable root login. So like this, it has so RISC-V on Ubuntu was using some PowerVR driver. On Linux it was, on T2 Linux it was LVM pipe because we don't have this. So on Ubuntu it was running the binary only, like the British Imagination Tech binary only stuff that theoretically the vendors are still thinking if they want to donate something to us to make that open source driver work. Did I not just do that? So yeah. RISC-V is PowerVR, and on Ubuntu it was using something. From what the vendor told me, it probably will not really work much, but it did work somewhat. and could have LVM write graphic things based on AI thread. Yeah. Wait, still on? Did I do that root? I did this wrong. Thank you. Yeah, no surprise, the ARM stuff already feels more snappy, but I mean, yeah, these are more modern British ARM cores compared to sovereign grown Chinese RISC-V cores. So yeah, decades of British out of order work here. I wonder how this compares to Snapdragon. Okay, do we potentially, maybe we should also copy. I mean, I guess we should repartition. I mean, given that, but maybe we do this as a second step. Given that it doesn't really boot nicely at all like this, we should simply repartition the whole NVMe storage, which also gets too hot to burn. Did I not? Oh, this is because it's not T2. Okay, let's see what happens. Is it all we needed? Probably, potentially, right? Do I have that plugged in anywhere? Maybe just for the best experience, I take this Ethernet. Wait, if I take this Ethernet dongle out. Nano, a lot easier. What? Forbidden password SED things. No, yes. So let's swap the hub again, because I don't want two hubs that have HDMI out, not to this also. Let's test what this here does. Let's see how it reacts to this one, because this also has HDMI pass-through. And but Ethernet, so here, and we need USB boot and a keyboard. What a jerry-rigged setup here. Who does not like combining things like that? And then power and Ethernet. Look at that. Just totally. Yeah, they removed all the ports from systems like Ethernet, and now we constantly have dongles that don't work fully because meh. What ideally I mean, yeah, we need some desktop and boot artwork for 42, but it would be cool if we could come up with some. But I press the button, why does nothing happen? This again very. Now the fan is. Ah, shit. I hate this. I press a button, nothing happens, and then I press it again, and then just when the fan spun on, power's off. Nah. It would be cool if we can somehow create artwork that is vintage and retro and modern at the same time. So look at this. With this USB hub, again, we get nothing. So the stuff is really, really, really picky with. Why did I swap it? I swapped it because, okay, this is again not coming up. So this, yeah, there is something with USB compatibility, you all. whatever it is. So this here didn't work the most amazing. Actually, this one here worked mostly. The super fancy one worked mostly, except graphics sometimes, which might have been a one-time, which might be wrong. We just weren't, because it was probably maybe general, but I mean, yeah, it's like. I'm not the most happy with this dongle world. Where is 10 gigabits, 100 watt power delivery? 100 watt power delivery sounds good. So let's plugging on. Pressing this SMD button really not fun. So when you're downloading T2 for a PC, which one choose considering general use things since optimized in a corner? Which one choose generic? The corner is the earliest things from things. It again doesn't just come up. Why does this shit sometimes not want to come up? Oh, maybe not. I plugged in. Oh, no, I didn't. Why is this shit not happy to come up? Power delivery 65 watt, 20 volt at 3.7, 3.25. HDMI no signal. Please plug in monitor. Like this was working previously. I mean, that's super annoying that this sometimes doesn't post with picture. Like this setup like this was previously working. I mean, although previously once I had here... Maybe I saw this was... this is so annoying. This was only because I needed Ethernet. Man, this gets old pretty fast. Let's plug this differently in again. Let's power. Power is here. Man, that is so annoying, you all. SDTF, HDMI. I mean, it is always possible that it's extra glitchy due to this nano KVM dongle. This just adds to... No, I don't know if I pressed enough. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, most of the time we waste here with boot stuff simply not booting. Still need to plug in some Ethernet now. So we need T2 init RD because otherwise this Ubuntu one does its Ubuntu things, live image things. Def NVMe 0 and 1 P3. Anything else? 3 maybe, although it didn't help much. And T2 init RD HD 0 MS-DOS 3 fix, oops. But I need a USB, let's plug in a USB. I think I should have, of all my 100 adapters and dongles, once upon a time I had. Here's my USB. Here my that makes sense. Look, I'm so sorted. There is my high performance USB thing. We need, if we want to plug that in directly, we need USB A to USB C. Once upon a time I had something like that. Here maybe, look here. Here I have USB A to adapter. USB adapters. USB is so universal, you only need 100 adapters to cover everything. Because like this, we can, without any hub, we can plug in that. The only thing is, I think sometimes you need to reverse this because it wires this pins 1, 2. Oh, you know what? You cannot mix this. I cannot plug. Oh, maybe it's this way. Because it's thick. I mean, worst case, I can. This adapter is thick. Bowie doesn't fit in there. Adapter doesn't fit in. You cannot make this shit up. Adapter doesn't fit in. Let's see what happens. Please let something happen. T2 early user space. I mean, we could blacklist this driver, which I don't know what the Ubuntu stuff does. I mean, maybe it's just missing some firmware, but I thought I arsynced them all over. But the question is now, does it ask for DHCP? 20, which one? Ubuntu. If it is up, it should be, oh no, it's not, it's another. Which one is that here even? It's not looking, not the best advertising that all of this stuff is untested. What? Here. Why is this not a DHCP request since... Did I need 20 minutes to... Also the time is slightly off. If just we had a serial UART, oh, maybe we would have had a serial UART if we would boot with console equals. Maybe that would be a good idea. This is... I did not expect this to fail like this again. Somehow stuff always failing. If you reboot, oh, this USB doesn't work. Why USB keyboard system not working? If you reboot the Ubuntu live thing, does not know that it had, but I mean, maybe I messed around here with for 20 minutes. I don't know. This here should be a debug keyword. They sent it to me like this, but here, but not a single character was seen on that thing yet. Do I not have this plugged in or what? It's plugged in. Why does it not USB this time? That was working previously. That is funny. Was it not working on this USB hub? Ugh. Yeah, basically, yeah, this non-x86 is just, the experience is each time kinda the same. Although I have to say this is kinda nicer with EFI BIOS. Right now the USB keyboard works, by the way. ACPI force, that's also funny. I have an idea. If we zero and 1P3. What else? 3? No, actually we do. I mean, yeah, 3, but is this all correct? NVMe0, N1P3. Let's move this. Because the thing is, I can't blacklist it really. Because I don't know the module name. And this whole stuff is also annoying. Oh wait, I need the keyboard. Here, look at this. Would you look at this? What if we... I mean, we could either move all of them away, out of the way. Here's some Mali things. Here's some strange things. So it's probably some here, I guess, maybe. Ah. Did we not regenerate it? Okay. Oh, you know what it might not fully boot. Maybe systemd still is asking for his boot questions because no machine ID that we didn't see. Ah, like they're modern. Yeah. modern stuff. Here's actually 6 also. This is from 6. There is some things. Let's hope for the best. So that should hopefully keep simple FB and not. Yeah, there's please configure your system, please. So that is why it didn't get further. Thank you very much. Hey! That was way too difficult. This was way too stupid. Yeah, this all the system defines. So many loops. It could be so better. First, if there would be some stable driver API, if there would not be so many hardware variations, if there would be a mechanism, like even I'm thinking to add a mechanism to have a simple storage of non-working, like you boot and something doesn't work and then like don't load the last failing things again. No, I just forgot the IP address. What was the IP address? Yeah, so much, and the Linux distribution invests in everything else. What? Did we not enable? Why would that be again? I thought we enabled that. Oh, you know what? We forgot to keygen. There's each time we forget something to. I mean, maybe we should some helper script. Like, hear me out. Maybe we should have some convenience scripts even in top level T2 integrated of like T2 take over, T2 initial board support setup. T2 enable board support stuff for René on live on YouTube and Twitch. So T2 init also does T2 up. I don't know. Yeah, actually, do we have? Actually, I was just thinking the other day. Oh, you rated Togglebit. How you doing? How was your live stream? Hope you had a wonderful live stream and stuff and a wonderful day. Welcome to the T2 Linux development things here. We wasted a lot of time the last days on RISC and ARM. Every board booting different things, so that you don't need to waste that much time. Making random boards just boot again. It's yeah. Okay, so let's. I mean, so multiple things. First of all, T2 install Perl and Python all course and stuff. I mean, to be fair, the Perl and Python I mean, Perl and Python just built, so it's mostly there, but I think this is Jeer, right? Food time, totally happy, Bob tea. So we could actually try to load those modules now. Now that we have a shell, what could possibly go wrong, right? Oh wait, what? I think I moved extra wrong. So I'm just moving them back here. That should auto-load them, and what happens this time? Oh, yeah, that happens. Why does this not work? What does Ubuntu do? Physical ready error timeout? Connect MMU without internal TBU? Error things. Maybe Ubuntu. I mean, why does it work in Ubuntu? Bizarre. Missing expected return value. I don't know, you all. I have no idea why that works in Ubuntu, except maybe if you start something now, it will work. If it mode switches. No. I have no idea why shit always not working. Maybe the Ubuntu people, maybe the vendor did some hacks of auto, like maybe some mod probing one first. I don't know. Yeah. And I thought it would work better because yeah, whatever. I have no idea. We would need to dive. I mean, yeah, would have been nice if that had worked, but I thought like, hey, it's ARM64, maybe that works better, but maybe not. It's always one more thing to figure out. Performance test, right? So, I mean, yeah, would have been. Also, I think this thing is really, really hot. Does it have an NVMe? I mean, not the CPU, but... Oh, it actually has a Wi-Fi card. I forgot about this. I meant this one here. This one here gets really, really hot. Could really fry an ion at 53 degrees. It feels like 80. I mean, 53 maybe not that bad for, but... Okay, anyway. You are here for some performance numbers. Possible to use SD boot. What precisely do you mean with SD boot? But this, I don't see an SD slot in here. If you mean SD with SD card. then oops, someone did this wrong. Yeah, on this one I don't instantly see an SD card slot. System deboot, I'm not in, like, I get this barely booted, like, don't, like, also why should I use SD? You are funny, why should I use SD? Yeah. So that only has 16 gigs of memory. Yeah. What else? Smart, using T2 smart things. I guess performance test. What could possibly? Yeah, this is somehow, but yes, this is also driver engineering, right? One of the few things that has video output in the bootloader, and then, oh, that's actually not that much faster. That's surprising. I mean, maybe it could. What does it even boost for? I expected more. So it's 12 core up to 2.66. It's scaling. So it's surprisingly less than I expected, you all. But yeah, it is what it is. What was the other? Was 19. What are other comparable boards doing? I mean, ironically, this company also is like maybe you can help us with GPU things and mainlining and stuff. It's like, yeah. So far can't connect to Wi-Fi. Which Wi-Fi chip do you have? Do you have an open source driver compatible thing? Oh, which actually did you load the latest? We need urgently. Next, we need to rebuild all images and re-release them. There were some firmware files missing because I think the latest in you need T2 is doing mostly fine. You need the latest from incoming, which you download. Oh, you spoke about RTO, yeah. The release, because you should have tested earlier when when we did this after the release. Like basically, you did not help us quality assured. I had to find myself that not all required Linux firmware was in there. We fixed it since then. I believe the last incoming image should have fixed this. And yes, the only thing is we should have done a better job having a more up-to-date download table for refreshed images. And we need more regular quality assurance people who actually test stuff. Where can I run? So Linux things. Where were we? I wanted to check. Oh no, the fan kicks up higher. I mean, maybe we could get better performance if we connected some more fan, because heat pipe pretty hot. So this should be way faster than Raspberry Pi. Let's see. Oh, no, fan can go even higher. Holy shit. Now we have airflow. Holy shit, this thing can do fans. This here was... It's surprising that Lua was faster here. Also, it was slightly... I mean, this 2.6 was not too bad of a clock frequency. Maybe we should list even more build things like Perl if we build it. But on the other hand, I think we should list more real-world performance. What we could do in the meantime, so Perl 325, did we have that yesterday? Yeah, we need to improve data urgently. So what did I want to check? I wanted to check RISC-V. Which did I have here? I had... I mean, with all criticism of also not 100% amazing, this Qualcomm X1 Elite is... I mean, it shows that they did that for a decade and I think purchased some other ARM company, right? This Nuvia or whatever. ARM Silicon. 2 minutes left. So did we not force bash, or does bash build? Oh, bash might build last if you force it like that. Oh, did I forced Lua for... okay. I mean, although to be fair, the Qualcomm X1 Elite has much better cooling. This has only a microscopic fan. I guess having slightly better cooling on that thing would vastly improve it potentially if it dynamically boosts depending on heat. Although it's not even getting into hyperventilation mode. I mean, it's interesting to see all this ACPI stuff. This is basically the most ACPI board I had. That is like, does it have device tree at all? Oh, it's still building though. Oh no, it built. Just wait, did it? Oh, did I scroll here? Maybe I scrolled actually. Oh, I scrolled. I see. Binutils in 222. I mean, yeah, it is faster. I mean, it's nearly twice as fast. But this is way slower than X1 Elite. X1 Elite is 40 seconds. So it's... I mean, so X1 Elite on a bad day is 1 minute. If frequency scaling, like, yeah, of course, frequency. Couldn't get a hold of the laptop before. Yeah, the thing is, like, everyone wants to do. I mean, the reality is competition is very hard. Competition is fierce, and I mean, what is the market for this, right? I mean, sure, alternative sources and stuff, but like alternative sources between the X1 and X2 Elite things and Apple Silicon, it needs to be way cheaper then, right? For less performance and stuff. Now it's cached and stuff, it's slightly faster, so... Or what was it? Or was it 15? Or maybe it was 15. I think I should jerry rig this stuff more. By the way, did I? Yes, my Ryzen. Hey, we are mostly x86 free live stream. It's not a web VM. That is a nano Psi speed. Was it Psi speed nano RISC-V based nano HTML nano KVM? Not a VM. And bin utils. I mean, if we had graphic output, I could actually use it more. Yeah, I should more like redneck engineers and stuff here, like Franken, like distributed compute things here of stacking random boards here. I wonder if that can close with that. Of course, the heatsink is so. I mean, I could remove the heatsink, but no, I think I can't. No, it's no. This doesn't close like this. Need some other NVMe drive, but it's not yet booting anyway. So, I mean, figuring the graphic stuff out shouldn't be that difficult. It somehow works in Ubuntu, and that's their drivers and stuff, so... So that's 14.9. I think it's way faster, right? What was this yesterday? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, even the fastest consumer RISC-V stuff has still way to go, right? Although this is comparing apples and oranges for different code gen, but what else do we need? Like something Meson. Locale, that's the language you want, system language. Did you download the new, the newer ISO where Wi-Fi works? I mean, tree sitter. Okay, mostly amazing. I downloaded the one on the website. Downloads. I thought Wi-Fi doesn't work. What do you do now? Are you install it? I would suggest you re-download the slightly newer one. unless you don't necessarily need Wi-Fi. Otherwise, this here is, how many did we do? Yeah, we need updates. Did we not hit 6? 6.4. Yeah, we need a, yeah, you only full-time work. Xterm I only did for quick test. Okay. Oh, for some reason I didn't have a UTF-8 locale yet. Did I really not somehow do that? Okay. So this did not magically recover, did it? No, it doesn't have output. But that's also the stupid Linux experience. You have boot graphic and then you don't have graphic anymore. By the way, I wonder if one of this is a headphone jack cable things, wire somewhere. Speaker. Actually, the RISC-V board lists it has MEM speaker. Does this also have silicon? Or is this only if you attach the... So yeah, what system would you use and why? Like, would you use RISC-V because you somehow love RISC-V and want to invest into the future? Would you run this because more modular framework factor? Actually, I wanted to say it would make so much sense if Qualcomm would release a dev kit in form of a framework 13 module, but maybe they don't want to make competition for their OEM customers. First off, I'd never run RISC-V. Why not? Why you never run? You would not, or you did not yet, or you never want to? Why you guys say RISC-V never? It's a future. It's an amazing either. Like, why you guys say never to RISC-V? Did Emacs build right? Or did we kill this? Because the bots available 800 MHz CPUs but have AI chip by now. RISC-V is open source people and OS is the future. You mean OS as an open source? Oh, now it Emacsed. Here, Emacs things. Yeah, summer is coming. Save energy. Quit your turn off your... Yeah, AI chip is like, yeah. And the thing is, everyone pressures me about AI like crazy. Every peer to me is like, let's do AI together and you must do AI and let's do this RISC-V AI, like in AI we get investment. It's like, I just make T2 great again. So use some bespoke programs, not end user. Yeah, although on the RISC-V thing, you can actually probably use those RISC-V CPUs. Like, so I would argue the actual, like the SpaceMid K3 is actually one of the more general usable things. You could even run them if you specially tailor your software. By the way, so if you not use the vector extension, you could actually just run 16-core RISC-V on this basically big little. The main reason they are not yet just exposed in Linux as working is because the vector extension is different, right? Or the RISC-V extensions are different between the big and little cores. So then you need to be careful. Like, basically, you would need special scheduler group of if stuff is using the specific extensions like vectors, then they need to be scheduled, like they can only be task switched and scheduled on that big and little cluster. But if you disable and not use extensions, you could actually use 16 cores, right? So that making at least the SpaceMid K3 the most general, just usable AI accelerator things. I did not, it's not called uploading. I did not list the new thing in the downloads page yet, which probably I should. Yeah, okay, how hot is this chip? The SSD is fucking hot. Yeah, I said the last days I urgently need download page, and I will wait a bit then until you do, so I download the newest ones. Yeah, basically we could spend a whole week of integrating all of this board stuff to better work. I'm a little bit wondering if these are real dependencies. I mean, okay, we could actually just install some stuff here and analyze. Not this though. Not this, not this. So we could also install Git. Let's just like, yeah, let's which risk, like, let's like him more like townhall talk. Maybe I go get me some vitamin water. Which ARM64 or RISC-V you choose and why? Because the thing is, I have of course a lot, but even if I would not, I said it multiple times, right? I only have those boards because now companies start to give me some, which is super amazing from them. Shout out for that. That's of course totally the right thing to do. Oh, I had the whole time this running. That's I basically avoided this board things. I mean, 20 years ago, the performance was anyway totally not there. And then I also avoided this boards exactly for this non-booting reasons. Now we can grow the community by live streaming that and working on that here. But for a real end user, basically, yeah, the RISC-V performance, like for Risk, even for the best consumer board, it's still a tenth of X1 Elite, and that's even last gen. I don't even have X2 Elite yet. Qualcomm, please reach out, give me such a board. Yeah, so for RISC-V, you need to be a real diehard user, like a real, I mean, you don't need to be a developer, but you need to be a, I know my good old Unix and X11 things for being able to use stuff. For this ARM board, I mean, if I would understand the price being higher than Raspberry Pi 5, somehow totally doesn't click here for, like, why is this, somehow my brain is not getting, this chooser is meh. Did say responder? Maybe not. Huh? Anything here? I actually wanted to check. So this year we are. So how is this comparing to? That's exactly what I wanted to check. Also, did we mute that? Maybe we forgot to mute that. Yeah, anyway, we should have done T2 or I think, but Android is also such a failed ecosystem. By the way, a good idea when you have some time would be to get done a video, just upload YouTube, that would serve as a tutorial since these lots of stuff in the live installer generic distributor. Yeah, we should, yes. Thank you. Will do. So we get we get 3, so Raspberry Pi, I mean, that's faster. That is crazy. Why is Raspberry Pi so much faster? At least at 2.6 gigahertz. How many gigahertz has that? That's crazy. That's not faster. How is that not faster? 3. I mean, only that here is only heavily multi-thread stuff is faster. That's bizarre. Should theoretically need more analysis. I posted info suggesting attract some. Yeah, also it could totally. We also need to make this installer, of course, way more better and stuff, even more easier, even more. I'm aware of all of that. Yeah, so the RISC-V board is still only recommendable for really open source, open either believing people, future people. The ARM board, this ARM board is ironically not that much more performance than Raspberry Pi, at least in this scenario, which is also, I mean, you could spend a whole week just analyzing the performance marginalities of this stuff. What is even this core? So the thing is, the ARM and RISC cores are so many that even I can't remember these cursed things anymore. So Raspberry Pi 5 ARM core is what? That's Cortex what? A76, and this 6 ARM, is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. A720. What's the difference between ARM? Can you go away? 76 versus AI summary for the win. Much more efficient and faster big core then. So that's supposedly more efficient and faster, but isn't? I mean, it's also comparing apples to oranges with the other had a slightly older compiler. Okay, so it's supposed to be slightly faster, but is not instantly in my testing. That is funny. OpenEther would be nice, but personally I'd see future risk for personal day. I don't see future. Why don't you see? Honestly, I don't understand the interest in an OpenEther as average Persian ever. Whether it's on either and even means. I mean, it's more. It's like saying you don't like that's in 1991 saying you don't understand the interest in a free software foundation, free GCC compiler. A normal person doesn't have an interest in compiling, or like 1991, you don't see the interest in a free Unix clone when there are all the good Unix clones, right? While it's true that you and me, I mean maybe you eventually, but like mostly us, we will not do our own CPU. It of course fosters competition and innovation, right? I actually would argue without the competition, like without the extreme competition in hardware, the ARM would like even competition with Apple and Intel and PowerPC and things, like ARM would not have reached this high performance level if there would not be that extreme competition and people wanting low performance, high performance things. So I guess without of that, ARM would have never reached this x86 performance levels, which are mostly not even reaching most people, because like the highest performance we could kind of get, except NVIDIA stuff. Hey NVIDIA, don't you want to send your stuff too? Is X1 Elite, like Qualcomm X1 Elite or X2 now, which even that is only, I mean that's pretty good, but only 3950X performance, which obviously is, yeah, so far from all the things, that's, so yeah. But it's also like, we need competition. Just look what, basically, if you are a company and you want to do your thing, just like look the lawsuit between, was it Qualcomm? Was it Qualcomm getting like ARM suing Qualcomm for like, they got money and they purchased the company, and even then they were not happy about, how dare you use your licensed company you purchased for making your ARM either. So yeah, I mean, I would, but by the way, maybe this, like RISC-V is also old. Without RISC-V, maybe ARM64 would not have been such a good either. Remember when I made the video, like ARM32 was actually not that great. And ARM, you could even argue ARM64, like ARM64, only became so much revamped cleaner because there was so much competition. Like, and so like maybe with all this new competition, ARM64 would not have been that good. So, but again, manufacturing competition, like you would, I mean, ARM is pretty expensive, right? So that's of course what an open either does. Like a big company can do its own things, which you cannot even do with ARM. Like with ARM, you can only license and then like, because by the way, do you know that in normal, like if you're a normal company, like Samsung or whatever, you cannot just do your own ARM CPU. This architecture license, because normally ARM only licensed ready-made cores. And this licenses for you allowed to do, like, this is a relatively new thing. I don't know if since when that, or like maybe once they had this 20 years ago with Intel StrongARM or whatever. Or like Intel purchased this, which is StrongARM that Intel purchased, I don't know. But like in general, there was not even either competition. Like in general, ARM was only licensing ready-made cores. And this even more expensive license to a license to do your own ARM design, because you can do it better than ARM, is also new, right? So there was even recent patches to enable ftrace on OpenRISC, so that just yeah, ARM became decent when manufacturing competition came into play. StrongARM made ARM worse. What do you mean made ARM worse? Damn, what pre? So as I open into live environment, I open my Wi-Fi window and shows my SSIDs. I can click connect, but password KD wallet always. So this KDE is a KDE thing. You need, so this K wallet wants to store this stuff encrypted. That's not my innovation. I don't like it the most. I think Dr. Schuppert said there is a passwordless, so this KDE Wi-Fi stuff only works if you give your K wallet a password to securely store this. Yes, I'm also not the super greatest fan. Prior to StrongARM, the platform was underpowered. Okay, that's what you're saying. Okay, it wasn't. It sounded like this, but it wasn't. You can store password in, but the UI is semi-broken. You have to fiddle with it. Yeah, I didn't even know that this is a thing. So I left quite some comments. So someone there, RISC-V all the way. You say this as a user, as a developer, as a. I mean, yeah, I somehow I like RISC-V more than many people here, which is crazy. But SyncSpot there said OpenEther long time ago. You wrote OpenEther would be nice, but personally I don't see future RISC-V for personal day-to-day computing. Why do you say this? Like, this stuff is getting faster every year, every TikTok. But also, like, in OpenEther, like, even for embedded people, like, even the Rock Linux founder Claire did a Pico RV, like basically an open, like really good OpenEther. Like, you can just use it for, like, even NVIDIA uses this for the power controller, right? Or like Seagate or Western Digital, like whoever, like the first SSDs use RISC-V. So, and then it's even like if you do an SSD or like if you do any embedded product with a mid-sized bigger company, you can just use amazing open source RISC-V things for free instead of giving ARM millions, right? So you also need to understand that high performance desktop computing is not everything. It's also like a million microcontrollers in between. Because RISC-V International is interested in industrial applications and future will align with that wants to OpenEther. That's your interpretation. That's not the RISC-V. RISC-V International is in all fostering risk. It's RISC-V International is not an industrial appliance thing. So open live things ARM prior to, okay, we had this. Fucking KDE dude, feature disables this by default. Yeah, we certainly, like, going forward, we need to look in. I'm also not happy with this password dialog. Maybe we could move to encrypted user things and then store in plain text on per user encrypted home FS, maybe. Because I reply because you're interested. Okay, we have been here, right? Tried to use multiple. I've tried to. They all were terrible. I mean, I would not call them terrible. They're just not yet high performance. But I'm also realistic. I mean, I would really not call them terrible. Actually, the Sci-Fi Unmatched early experience 4 years ago was decent. It was just not high performance. But I'm also realistic. I know what it takes. Like, unlike most other people, I always said it takes decades of 100 millions of serious engineering to implement massively wide out of order, embarrassingly speculating CPUs, especially in the context of patents and like having to avoid software and hardware patents, right? So that's the performance is totally not a surprise for me. The only, like, what I more don't understand is how the vendors all cannot get standardized on peripheral things. That it would be so, like, imagine like all the drivers were compatible. I would have, like, in ARM and RISC-V, I would have always done this. Why invent all your own timers and pin control and clock control and UARTs and I2C things and SPI things and I2S things and DMA things and frame buffer things and the main problem for me is not the cores. The problem is all the incompatible peripheral shit. That is the main problem in RISC and ARM, actually all of ARM. Like, look at this. In theory, it works. It works in Ubuntu with their, like, even using the same drivers, and then the graphic doesn't come up. It's hilarious. So, yeah, let me quickly, I need to drink something. I'm not surprised. I'm not willing to wait for it. I have things to do today. Not in way more competitive embedded space and server and desktop right decades, so it means it's not ready. Yeah, the OS to boot, but this again, the main problem is both ARM and RISC-V, right? I mean, nobody says that you should wait decades, but we can also not complain that the state of IT is not good and then not help improve it. So basically working on RISC-V and stuff is also improving it also. To have to balance a lot of CPU design. PA was 10 wide window but got stuck at maximum of 1.1 gigahertz. Yeah, that's also crazy. I didn't know they were that out of order. Some of the performance doesn't feel that out of order, like performance doesn't look that good. Thank you for the Prime subscription, highly appreciate this. Yeah, risk is up. Let's see, what is this Mu doing here? Are those depths even real? Somehow they look real, that's crazy. Because Mu has some crazy depths, which I don't understand why. Desktop file, I mean, it's not that crazy, it's mostly that. Does it really? What is this about? Maybe that's somehow a fluke. Oh, what? Holy shit, that has a desktop entry mode EL? Is that even real, or is it... That's bizarre. I mean, cool would be if we spent some extra minutes to get this strange graphic maybe to work. If it had risk, the people who built them should support them. Intel and NVIDIA succeed best when they spend tons of effort into software to you to make it work. I mean, not only to me, but I mean, the companies do something, but it's actually it's not the RISC-V companies. It was before RISC, it's ARM. I would not say RISC-V companies. I would say all the cheap SBC board vendors throw cheap crap on the market and then don't support it. But it's also I would also not call it software. Like you guys, even super professionals like Trap Exit, should differentiate between software. I think I said this yesterday. For me, you say software stack or whatever, they don't even need to spend a ton. Like with ARM and RISC-V, it's not the whole software stack, like GStream or FFmpeg. It's only the drivers. Like on ARM, what's mostly what has been lacking on ARM SBCs and now RISC-V is driver things. Compiler OS drivers usually work because many apps use SIMD. I mean, SIMD mostly works, but the problem is vectorization never, like auto vectorization never was totally amazing. So basically SIMD is often only manual handwritten assembly stuff making that fast. It's not really RISC-V and ARM, it's more like general GCC Clang stuff. When people ask here the same things, I time out people here, right? Like if you ask the same nonsensical question like more than twice, then you get timeout here. I have here like this is just like people need to learn. Sorry. Okay, so this probably somehow, so that's not a real dep for some reason. For whatever, so that's probably only loading, like maybe it wasn't yeah, I don't know, it's probably, nah. Let's commit it like this for a moment. And let's watch that it doesn't reappear. Need to one password entry here. Back in a, oops, all the wrong. Lost overview of my camera settings. Yeah, ideally. Sorry, confused the numbers. PA has 4 ways, things 56 reorder and 10 not to you. Not all can be. Okay, that sounds more realistic. Other number sounds implausible high. Booting. Yeah, we should wire that up so that it boots. Shouldn't be that difficult. Actually, all we need to do is add EFI, copy the EFI files too, but I'd somehow be curious. Okay, let's shortly use the system slightly more. We also have, let's grab all 0 downloads. We actually started this on another machine, but didn't fully continue with that. Okay, there's actually quite some. That's not totally ideal. Somehow. Okay, let's procrastinate this for another day. Let's try to. So I can I can fiddle this boot stuff like later. That's not the most interesting. Actually, there is alt mode stuff. Look at this type C put alt mode things. Successfully. Hey, it successfully initialized DP. Like, but did this come up now while we were talking? No. No need reconfig. Let's boot into Ubuntu with this setup and see what happens. Wait, why does this? Oh, this was. I think this was the wrong. This is. So it's built with what it's listed. If it doesn't list any, then it's using RV64G. We also built one RVA23 recently. Try or install Ubuntu. That's a funny thing. Do I have this USB plugged in? No. How does this work with the same kernel and stuff? What does this do? That is, as usual, bizarre. There's resize. Actually, you know what? Why don't we resize it? The problem is here is not everything full with it. DRM service. Looking at what to do. I kinda want to try on open. I don't even know that. Yeah, the more you basically don't delay switch to T2 Linux. The more you shell subscribe, the better. Like the more patches you will send, the better it will be. Open. Orange. Space Mid K1. Yeah, okay, that's yeah, of course, don't delay, use a official RISC-V distribution. Of course, some manual assembly will be required. Yeah, cannot find stuff there. Found. How to figure out what custom stuff they do. Do they have here? This is Pi PDX stuff. Read driver switch 1. Maybe something like that one here. Maybe just something like that. Probably right. Blacklist, 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 rare netconf. Would also be amazing if drivers would just work. Is this even the driver? Maybe we should check if that is a used driver. Yeah, sure enough, that's used. I guess reboot and see if it does something, huh? Maybe that's the only thing needed. Good learning experience. What config needs copying to? Doing that automatically. Guess reboot. Which is a question, you know what? I think I need to replug here this, otherwise I can't edit grub. Please, I'll press enter. Doesn't press enter. Do this SMD button, you all. Soon I scratch this thing with my fingernail off the board, this SMD button. Yeah, next I need to make this boot, but would also be cool to have this. Also funny, I think they don't have the graphic in the init.rd, right? It's funny, every render you load their own stuff, nothing consistent. NVMe 0 and 1P3. Do we need anything else except no Casper but T2 Linux? Like this, right? NVMe 0 and 1P. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, cheap board SoC engineering. This driver should just work. Please, please. No. 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 That wasn't a thing yet. That is sad. This is really not. Shit, what else could they do? Actually wanted to see if DMID code out consoles out of this ACPI. Oh, look at this. This has DMID code for Windows, I guess. Holy shit. Maybe the first time I see DMID code on an ARM device. Why does it work so reliably not? Modprobe DRM service was skipped unmet condition. Condition kernel module loaded DRM. What is that here? Found Linlon pipes. I mean, here's some timeout things, Mali timeout things. This is bizarre. Why does this work? What would it do that it works in Ubuntu but not T2 Linux? Wait. Oh, no, T2 says Ubuntu because it got that name from this. So Ubuntu suggested Ubuntu to the DHCP server, and then when T2 booted, it's like, hey, by the way, your name is Ubuntu. Like, just. I saw you chatting in T2 Discord server, string server publicly available. Yes. Glad you asked. We only collect $1 of token of appreciation of our efforts through any method you like to support us. Actually, can't post that one here. Here, of things, Patreon or stuff, or YouTube membership, or Twitch subscription things. Actually, does it even? It says that here. should use here proper names. Wait, this didn't copy and paste correctly. Ugh. Oh, come on. Copy and paste cannot be that difficult. Why doing that? Ah, because I did this, sorry. I operated my copy and paste wrong. Linglong. Linglond. So that's of course super annoying that they wrote drivers that do not just work, and now we need to trial and error why. That's of course, that is where all the time waste accumulates, right? I wonder if mod probing, by the way, do we have Mali? Do we have, I mean, so we have it, just not working. Do we have some Mali stuff? No. Oh no, we have multiple Mali things. Look at that. I don't have Wayland here. Was there not like DRM gears? Yeah, hello. How to figure out why this doesn't work? Like, this is so bizarre. Oh, people do. Actually, what I should, okay, let's. Did we? No, we didn't save that. What? What have I done? Oh, field. Which field was it? A deleted field. Field 3. So yeah, a couple of times rebooting, or further figuring out why that could possibly not work. So yeah, just like this, I guess I prepare for the new world order here. Get some solar panels, go here more off-grid, because have you seen the biggest energy crisis of human history, right? How about running the summer on some solar panels, some battery, and some RISC-V ARM board things? I guess if we cool this slightly better, that would be even better. How about we not run this in a plastic board, but put some thermal pads top and bottom and put it between some aluminum shell. Yeah, this also explains why these drivers are not upstream, right? Barley working drivers that work if you don't look at them too much, like if you're loading them right. If your mod probe module action them right, it's there. Wait, this also doesn't have a download. Why does this not have a download? Wait, all of those don't have, wait, what? Ah, that's also downloading. Okay, it's downloading too much. That's okay, I would wanna wait, LibreOffice doesn't have a download thing. Ah, come on. Ah, LibreOffice, it's all of LibreOffice. How much more is left? Half buzz? Oh, it's all LibreOffice. Yeah, next we need to, like, theoretically we need to polish T2 output stuff. Even this is, I mean, download could be parallel. So much we could do. Download could be parallel. It could also have some status of how many, like if you download more than so much things could be done. Good test for my server, got most things. Oh, that's a good, yeah, right, it's going to your server. I only wanted to quickly commit some missing checksums some minutes later. How is this so much? Is it Rockham? Where are we here in Arc? It was LibreOffice, isn't it? Okay, this was really a thing. I mean, very redneck engineering, we could build an ARM cluster and cluster built on Raspberry Pi 5, X1 Elite, and 6 Sky 6 thing here of Lino, yet whatnot stuff. Just unrealistic, the performance will not be totally amazing. Like build cluster stuff, obviously I mean, this stuff slower plus overhead. At the end of the day, if you cluster this, maybe you, like, yeah, it's not really that more energy efficient than 750X. So basically, if you cluster that much, that anything with terminal things, use sudo apt install things. Okay. Would this work here? I never used it like this in a decade. It's of course super annoying to reboot until that works. We use the same kernel command line. Unless their init does. It shouldn't. And maybe it's order, like maybe like, what could it be, man? No changes? Wait, what? A file not present? Wait, what? Is everything we were missing here not did actually not download? Did we do that for nothing? Because we need to apply it. Generated that for nothing, patch P1. Yeah, it says generate checksum patch, not apply checksum patch. Yeah, this internal T2 tool. So I never like so T2 commit and other things use this internally. I 20 years didn't use it. We should modernize all the behind the scenes tooling of being more modern instead of this old fashioned script collection, or as what it started out once a long time ago. $500. I mean, T2 update system is update system. I didn't even know we have update system like this. I mean, yeah, potentially, but you don't need to build it like this. I need to check. I mean, yeah, the only constant change and regressions, right? Always some more. Okay, this is some missing updates, not all of them. Okay, some are still. Which one are still? SNS 9X? Or maybe that needs good. I mean, this was this KDE thing, or what was that here? Oh, extension check error. That does not download. What was the other? Maybe that needs Git? No? Or does it just start? Did I grab this wrong? Does it just start with this? Ah, that's okay. That's an old. Okay, that's not a real thing. Yeah, not having graphic is like super. I mean, obviously, right? That's obviously super annoying. I mean, we could start X, and the last time it didn't bring something up. Also, this time it doesn't bring something up. Does anything... Missing firmware. Failed to initialize from firmware, NUMA. Detected in firmware, minimum firmware. How annoying. This is annoying, man. I so hate figuring this stuff out, and then it's only some temporary quirk. I mean, obviously it should work. So, like... I mean, except upstreaming, so... You like how to figure it out, man. I mean, we could, so what's next? I mean, one thing is strange. Why does it say mod prog add mod? Why does it say systemd was skipped because an unmet condition kernel module loaded DRM? Oh, maybe because it's loaded already. Maybe this is just our init had this loaded already, and why does systemd even have such a service? Like, that's so silly, that's so stupid. I mean, what is the first thing that fails here of failed to read thermal riscv things? What is that here? Set conf Disconnect from MMU without internal. I mean, yeah, to be fair, they might not yet sell it yet, so it's not like, nah, but arrow timeout, use CI. I mean, we could check if this mod probe pattern. I mean, maybe this is part in our init.rd and preloaded and doesn't have this config option. Would this be in the init.rd? Oh, look at this. This didn't hit. Look, would you look at that? Maybe we pack it in the init.rd for some physical reason. Type C redriver. Look at that. Wouldn't that be something that would just cause that? Oh, I think I have type C in. I think I pack all type C in the init.rd. Because, you know, having stuff work, didn't know that some stuff doesn't just work. Would that fix that? And we would have type C things. The mirror, 2 build errors and it's still building, aborted building security, open SSL and building text pro. Maybe you should, what's funny is, like, even I don't, yeah, I mean, yes, we have some build errors, like, yes, I should work even more. It's also funny that even I don't update my systems that much, and new users update everything. It's like, yeah, we need to do a better job of making each update. Yes, I know. Oh man, so much to do, so much to improve, where to start, where to this, where to, I guess this has a chance to maybe type C now, I don't know, let's see, I guess, if that gives us maybe graphic. And then we need to make it boot automatically without a USB thumb drive stuck in there. So one more error prone edit. Def NVMe 0 and 1P3 HD1 MS-DOS. That like? Is this all? Would this give us any bloody graphic? Please. Please. Oh! Just do the type C retimer differently, of course. Would be too... Oh. Oops. Maybe not. Oh, it just mod probed that, huh? Oh shit, maybe I celebrated too early. Of course it's not that. Maybe it just took over, like T2 booted so fast and it took over and... Now it's 1 though. Can a one-man army even handle the entire package system and OS things? Yeah, mostly. If I wouldn't waste so much of my time making RISC and ARM boards a little bit work. But Do we still have type C? I mean, the question is, or was it, wait, not that it's just some, no, or is this annoying? Would need to further compare Ubuntu. These are wonderful. Ready a timeout things of. Yeah, not. Yeah, I mean, RISC-V ARM, like the package stuff, works the same for all. Yeah, what currently what did it say? Disconnect, like worker DRM disconnect MMU. The thing is without. I mean. It's also not about fun, it's actually increasing market share. If we are in the distribution where ARM and RISC-V works the best and stuff, that's certainly a selling point. I mean, it's crazy how much stuff can work here and yet it doesn't display output. But that's basically just low quality driver engineering of like, nah, works a little bit. Yeah. I mean, the Ubuntu also glitches a bit here. Until it works, so. I didn't plug it in, I guess. Does this also have this MMU thing and this DRM service is also mental? I mean, we could compare this with the T2 log, but So initially this also cannot find any CRTC or sizes. Does this Mali initialize like this for us? Is inefficient? The crazy thing is here's a lot of stuff. Oh, also this has FB1. Or like, okay, maybe that's normal. Maybe we also have this. Okay, it also has this here, connect without internal TBU. It also has that here on Ubuntu. Where would they hide any additional quirks? Dude, that's stupid. It's also funny how many DRI devices we have here. Some quad-core GPU setup thing. Can never have too many integrated graphics. You need to update command things. I mean, first of all, I would su bash once and then do this stuff. Also, T2 install JQ. What do you update? T2 update command. Update is updating a package. You just need to install JQ, right? T2 update is for developers. I'm not sure what you want to update. Yeah, they do is something. The question is just what. No, this is just Ubuntu. I'm not liking this here at all. Boy, this is annoying to use. Even the terminal sucks here. I don't know what Ubuntu that is. I don't even want to use it. Yeah, for whatever reason that ain't working. don't delay, don't use Ubuntu, just use T2 Linux. So how this is also so stupid. Yeah, it is so much to remember. Kuluk when it's like, yes, this time will be so much easier, right? But each time it's some other random shit not working. It is so frustrating. Even if you just copy their modules and drivers, like kernel and drivers, and even that doesn't just work. It's mental. I mean, maybe they're just lucky and running some splash screen thing or starting some Valence thing makes something work. Maybe it's just some random order, although it's systemd and udev. Maybe they really have some quirk in there. Maybe they still have make shit work somewhere. Whatever that might be. That is a small, cheap board. Small, not so cheap board experience. Let's remove the 3 here and there are RISC-V laptops. Yes, there is a framework board from Deep Computing up for a refresh soon. I have a prototype refresh board here, but that's ARM. So that's also the meta computing ARM64 that Jeff Gerling has shown. Like basically that's identical board that we want to get working. That's mostly working. Hey, it even has some EFI, some level of EFI. But now the USB-C stuff. Actually, what once worked on some other, yes, a board. I have a case. You can have, you can just buy the board or add a plastic case like this framework compatible thermal tape so thingy thing of Cooler Master plastic case things. Or you can install it into your framework laptop. Yeah. Actually, what worked on some other, remember on the Qualcomm X1 Elite, I also had the issue that I had to replug the USB cable. I wonder if it's like how long is... Oh. Holy shit. We made something maybe work randomly. Did I say maybe it randomly works if you start a Wayland client thing? Look at that. Quick notify. Stop the presses. Quick notify for running. So. Did not expect to see that anymore. What password did we? Probably password. How fast would, how snappy would. I mean, we have it running on Raspberry Pi 5 and like did not expect to see that today anymore. Here. I mean, yeah, having a GPU totally helps performance. Who is surprised? Like, holy shit, how random is that? I mean, yeah, it's... I mean, to be fair, there is mostly open source drivers, so... There is other open source driver upstream. So this should work with... Oh wait, why is this LVM pipe? What? Did this not initialize? Do we not why? This runs surprisingly snappy for... Did not expect that. Or is this... Wait, this is bizarre. What is it running on now? Better than nothing, but... Do we not have the render nodes? Maybe it's not upstream. All right, ahead. try Gilix info might indic how did you get it working? I rebooted, but this time I rebooted without, so I guess that's just some Wayland client starting and console not working. The Ubuntu also flipped. Like maybe it's just DRM not coming instantly up, and when some Wayland client does its DRM output management thing, then it output manages. No, that's LVM pipe. No, LVM pipe. So that's Mali that has a chance to. Wasn't paying attention for a while. Make things of. Bami UF, what? Yeah, maybe. But RISC-V still strangely slow. Because we have a gazillions DRI nodes, right? Maybe Mesa needs a patch for that, because it's supposed to be Mali. I mean, it is what it is. Better than no video. So, but it's also a testament of how much more powerful and optimized ARM64 currently still is over. It's over RISC-V. Oh, it has some stupid scaling again. I hate that it's doing that. Why is it bloody doing that? I thought it's another resolution. Maybe it's even faster, not scaled. Yeah, of course that's not fully upstream. Need to do that, right? Don't delay. Support switch to. Ah, that's also wrong. I could check the Debian further. The thing is, I will not really. I mean, yeah, we should. Do you have the Mesa things? Whatever driver, maybe it fails to load. I should. At least I thought we built with whatever Marzi is. Didn't even do a proper. We should do at least some screenshot a day. Oops. Yeah, I don't really. I did enough for like, yeah, just like this again for 4.5 hours of open source proof of concept testing and enablement. The RISC-V board did output video. We had this yesterday. We moved on already. The RISC-V board, but RISC-V board needs also PowerVR. Like basically both boards need more. So this one doesn't use power. No, this one uses Mali. The other uses PowerVR, which would probably be also okay if it had working driver, which Shellac subscribe we potentially might work on stuff. That's maybe enough screenshot for. Can you go away there? Go away. Need to screenshot things. Plus minus some pixels. Ah, this is even a stupid screenshot need. Yeah, I did this wrong. Yeah, go away. No. It's my fault. Yeah, otherwise, so yeah, what would you want in your laptop? x86 because performance, Apple Silicon because performance, other things because more. Oh, what did I do now? Copy. I mean, I didn't save it now, right? I probably should have saved to disk because otherwise I can't Instagram. Export. Share to file. How is it even here is save. Floppy. I overlooked the floppy. Save to. Saved. Wonderful. Yeah, at least we got something out of the thing. For me, it's just ridiculously, yeah. I mean, if I not run Linux distributions, that would be, I don't know. It's not really fun anymore. I don't know. Like, this is just frustrating that for every board. I mean, yeah, I torture myself with this shit. Where did it even screenshot? Modified, like, do we not have today? Where did it save that? Home are pictures, of course. Of course, it saved to pictures. Screenshot things. What was I thinking? Nicely sorted, not cluttering my. Yes, pictures. Of course, it's here. Things here today, right? Open things, stuff, probably fine. Do they have here? This is called meta computing, right? Mark, what you wanted, like how, like what is this sucking bird, like you had one job, like how can you not like share a bloody photo? Like how is that a bloody, like what are those? And now my whole text is away. I so hate this. Like sometimes like this, sometimes doesn't. You cannot make this usability fail up. Like basically, like ping, like this is what a waste of time. This is, it's like I'm speechless. Copy and pasting difficult. Actually, the last time I actually saved this here. Save image as WebP. You cannot make this fading shit up. Yeah, replace it. What, like photo sharing difficult, rocket science. I mean, it's if just he finished his computer science degree, maybe his photo sharing side would work then. Yes, I saved the WebP as JPEG because otherwise I already know it doesn't work. You cannot make this failing web shit up. Cannot upload WebP except if it couldn't post, not be shared. Man, this guy is drunk. What did he purchase there for billions? How photo sharing not just work? Maybe it's an issue then with which one was it? This here. Maybe it's a issue of 16.9, like maybe like, but yeah, web people doing like, yeah, sorry, some unexpected error of our. Usually this worked somehow today. Like, okay, fine, no promotion today. Yeah. Greetings to Russia. How's Russia today? Where in Russia are you? Do you have internet? Do you have, which SIM card do you use to circumvent your great firewall and things? Are you going to get the framework 13 with an ARM? I have the board. Apparently you cannot buy, you cannot purchase except overpriced single spare part, repair parts. I have the board. No, yeah, I would need the rest of that. The question is, what you like? Are you going, and which do you like more? Are you looking for such kind of things, and why, and what your performance things and stuff? So that's the board. We're running that. Did we build Git already? Let's make ourselves a little bit. I mean, TCL we could potentially, but YOLO. The question is, what are you looking for? But the reality is also not everyone needs high performance and is more like for open tinkering, right? I mean, there are people, I mean, in a way, this year kind of makes a little bit more sense than what are here my neighbors. No, I forgot. Something with R. This is RR, what was it? Laptop thing, here MNT reform. What is there? I mean, although that is even more open source and expandable and stuff, but this is... What ARM thing is that? Cortex M. Oh, this is system controller. Oh, here that is differently things of R. You can stuck that in. Okay. I mean, in a way, that is even more. Yeah, I mean, benchmark things. What is, I mean, this is even more hardcore to choose from, which is, honestly, I would rather, like, this is too thick and stuff. I appreciate all the DIY and tinkering things. Oh, this is with this module. Oh, this module is only 150. Yeah, but there you see also, like, this module is 150 and this module here is 600, right? So which is, although maybe this price is also, this module is really not so, probably the module is here only more expensive for like framework form factor. There is a download in, like, you don't need to, we often have some new things in incoming. Here, it's long there for days. Live things of 20 here, x86 26.4, and yes, I mean, to be fair, it was Easter and we are busy and stuff in a small team, and right, and I wanted that more people test this more, so just pick the right one, right? Okay, very few people are, so second round of people not answering that much more. What do we need for GitHub? For GitHub we need what? GNU, PG, this agent thing versus... Where is this GNU? Do we have like GPG agent in... Maybe we don't install this by default, but maybe we should install something like that by default, by the way. That probably would be reasonable for a developer first thing. What do you mean nobody is testing it? I installed it on my main laptop. And yeah, I didn't say nobody. I installed it at my parents'. I think I said something like, to be fair, I loaded it in incoming, so people actually tested before we release it further. Yeah, next we should have a top level. So what we should do next is a top level. Yes, and I said this myself. I said it's like we have this flickering bug again. Thank you, Kevin. I sense something of that sort. Like if a tree falls in a forest and nobody is there to hear it, like, does it make a sound, right? Obviously, yeah, we need to be better, and a way probably would be to promote our now bi-weekly updated stuff. Is actually have a top level download page. Additionally because currently download redirects to the last release, and so basically have top level download, a much longer thing with table of things. So yeah, long story short, everything is a lot of work. Also, people don't message here more than I hope they would be, although quite some people watch today. So yeah, if you watch this later, like now or later, like comment what we need. Yeah, we need more videos and stuff, but in terms of discussion, which, I mean, that's basically what the Primogen does, right? Instead, the Primogen, like, I do here all the work and everyone's watching the Primogen. What we need is like more freaking discussions. So shall I subscribe? Because the thing is, I and vendors need to know, like, what do you want? Why do you want it? What are you looking for? Do you want just more performance from AMD? Do you just want more expensive stuff from Apple? Do you want more freedom for this open, free, more freedom's sake? What's that even doing? This is doing here some, I'm not even sure what it's waiting on for. Why is this hanging? Wait, what? Why is this? What is it doing? Why is it so slow? Or is it infinite? Sometimes this shit is infinite looping if the date ain't right. Not really sure why. Or maybe this actually sometimes configure tests take forever. Like some configure tests are really stupid of wasting time for allocating memory of until it fails, or like stupid stuff that only is like, you can't mix this shit up. Someone even asked about KDE on Spark as headless with RDP on my T2 SDE things. Freedom, classic open source work more, better AIM drivers. Infinity Coder wants RISC-V for RISC-V work. Many people here, because many people also like, why are there not more comments on YouTube? Like, what's YouTube doing that? For what do we YouTube live stream if there's nobody freaking commenting? And then people's like, you don't comment. It's like, not really sure what you were doing there on YouTube things, except now I clicked something wrong. Yeah, so this here was strange. So that is also why sometimes stuff might build longer, because configure tests do super silly things and fail quickly on x86 and idle around with random shit on other things. I guess that's it for today. We made pigs fly as usual. Need to go do some socializing, family meeting, C-level executive summary email things and stuff. How's Linux kernel development going on? Good, I guess. I mostly do other things, but glad you asked. Yeah, I guess we did something. Don't forget to subscribe. Hope you just learned something. If you watch this later, comment below what you want. Do you want ARM? Do you want RISC-V? Do you just want performance? Do you want freedom? Maybe we make a dedicated discussion video on the main channel soon. What do you want? How's industry going and stuff? So don't forget to subscribe. Hope you just learned something, and see you soon for all the amazing stuff to come.